Nicole. Hi, 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 вы проти? Противный, противный. Hopefully I was not too loud. Ciao, ciao. Non siete visto, insomma, per una bella This is the brother with человече вокруг с вами. Нет, ладно, фотки после фотки. Давайте їсти. Не знаю, просто не. Наоборот, значит, да наоборот. Может, и есть. 영화도 되게 재밌는 누구니 말이야. Эй, какого хрена происходит? Прости, живые, да что? Тихо. Nie, to widzisz, no, Un programa de expresión. Не надо, это тебе не поможет. Не надо, даже не говори даже ничего. Да, понимаешь? Да. 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 Наоборот,
Где-то все заработает, вот у меня. Вот какие прикольные щеки.
Отлично, отлично. Днем родным. Что вкусного есть, надо шутил, что так, ладно, шучу. Надо себя так глупо. Не. Не знаю, в чем суть тогда родных тогда. Это они должны на моей шее сидеть, по сути. Я не уебываюсь, я просто так тебе говорю. То есть, да, то есть, ну, не на моей шее. И, то есть я ими должен распоряжаться финансово, если у них проблемы. Да, понимаю. Типа того. Значит, нет проблем никаких вообще. Ну, да, понимаете, вот и все, точка, да. Мама есть муж молодой, который моложе ее. Ну, да, моложе, да неважно, у нее муж законный. Да. Отца и жена тоже. И они... Что ты лезешь? Ну, она себе говорит, нет, что у них плохого? И в чем проблема-то? У них все нормально, мне вообще насрать на это все. Я-то здесь при чем, да. Ну вот и все. У них своя семья и все дела, богу. Ну не обидно, это просто мне насрать. У меня нету семьи и все. Что тебе надо? ну, он я понял. Ну, вот это, ну, так это имеется в виду, что ты имбецил, что вот я тебе про это говорю, ты меня пытаешься оскорбить, сказать, что я ни на что вообще не годен никогда. И все, а если так в своей жизни ни на что не буду годен, типа того, что я имбецил реальный, как бы, да, понимаете. То есть я как должен после этого к тебе относиться? Понятно, да. Ну, это все бесполезно, так что-то доказывать, надо наработать, и, да. Ну вот и все, точка, она поняла тебя просто. А что, ну вот и все, не о чем говорить. Да. Как до этого дошло, вот это уже интересно. Да, как до этого дошла, да, понимаю. Да, да, да. Ну это не страшно. Да. Сильвый прям нет. Знаешь, что это сказать? Сильвый прям, пардон. Да? Вот это и нет. А, ну вот это у меня вроде. Ну, я не знаю, вроде, пока как-то держимся как-то потихоньку. Да. Что да, но уроки какие-то даю. Видишь, у меня нестандартная просто методика, так сказать. Стандартно неинтересно, а нестандартно. Ну да. Ну это же не советская школа, по сути, да. Ну, это, да, да, да. Да, да. Приходи в класс, коллега, да, да, да.
Вызываемый абонент не отвечает. Ваш звонок был переадресован.
Ну да. Ну тогда я буду. Я просто как бы, тебе сказать. Ну не то, что я такой, я могу и нормально просто. Да, да, да. Ну, нет, просто это все, ну, понимает он тебя. Ну, да. Нет, я мягкий человек. Просто, да, да, да. Надо готовить, ну да, да, да. Ничего страшного, просто у меня пока мало наработок. Наоборот, например. Ну как это объяснишь, что? Да, да, да. Что время дано вперед, время дано вперед. Ну, посоветуй музыку. Стандарты это получается, ну она про себя так думает уже, да. Ну неважно, мне касается. Да, да. И это неинтересно. Все на все плюнули и побежали заниматься чем-нибудь, что имеет смысл. Чем-нибудь настоящим, да. Да. Ну, фортепиано в угол, портфель в угол и играл чем-то заниматься, что где жизнь есть, а это все как бы смерть. Это все мертвечиной попахивает. Искусственно, это все как бы спасывается. Ну, да не важно. Если так говорить, ну, себе так говорить, что надо, да. Ну, есть стандартная методика, но я как-то себя бабой при этом чувствую. А педагогических амбиций у меня как таковых не Катя, нормально, говорит, давай, ну, дурачка тут. Верно. Видишь, скорее всего, имбецилы самые талантливые, потому что кто бы... Да, ну что там, братья, говорю. Нет. Шутрейлер, шутрейт, шутрейтка. А для чего? Для кого таланты? Вот видишь, он так вытягивает, и да ладно, не. Ну тогда, да, понял тебя. Да. Постепенно? Нет, что ли? Да, да. Хорошо. Лейку. Ну ты понимаешь, понял ты меня, пронял уже то, что да, понял. Ну это есть на самом. А, ну сходит нам. Ну нет, нормально образца. Кстати, знаешь, нет, нет, я
Там дружно. Вот это. Зачем не дают пластик? Может быть.
Не надо быть. Да, ну, кто поставить? Наоборот. Фотоишка, прямики, гомеопатия. Ну, стырно такой еще. Что, и деньги нужны по деньги говорить, да. Ну как, ты пользуешься, что ли? Ну да, в промышленных масштабах. Вот это всякие говорят. Да. 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 Это тоже, да. Да. Да, ну, ну да, да. Ой. Ну, хорошо, а как я тогда можно делать? А, ну, ну, это все уже закрыто давно, да, это закрыто все. Ну, это место. Ну, значит, можно. Да, да, да. Вот это, да. Мзду плати тогда. Ну, типа того. А зачем препятствовать это? А, имеешь право. А, там легитимно было. Штука 4 гуля. Два. Пофигу. Так, ага. Да. Ну, они зарисуют там. Наоборот. Тем да. Ладно. Вот это есть там, наоборот, да. Грамота только, что да, это уметь, да. Ну вот это и голос сам, да, это есть, да, ну какая? Он мне говорит. Да? Мышки. Ну да. Да. И что я должен сказать? И что будет? Не смотрит, да? Ну, вроде бы, ага, ну вот это есть тот самый. А, ну, и что, ну, вот это он был. Ну, это не понял. Да. А, ну да, понял. Ну, это не совсем не мое. Да, да, не так. А, ну вот это он есть. Выруби, да, наверное, вот этого я не кидаю. Ну, да, да. Ты сам подготовка. Понимаете, да? Кто скажет нет, то все нормально. Дом молодежи. Видишь, нужно берешь. Вот это и там. Это истина. Не понимаешь. В чем прикол-то? Да. 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 Не знаю, слушай, найти вас амбиции. Да. Да. Ну, точно. Да. Ну да, да. Просто не хочется. Что еще? Не переживай. На свет. Да, специалист какой-то. Здоровый. Уже беда. Вот это. Да. Жучок. Нет, да? Ты. Ну, да. Вот в смысле, что там иногда, вот, да, дистанционно, у тебя и так вот дистанционно будет, не совсем. Да. Проехал же, и так переписки, и так нормально будет. Ну, это он федеральный. Ну, надо просто понимать. Да нет, не стоит. Начинает. Да. Вот это и есть на самом деле. Вот это и есть. Ну и в чем и что-то есть. Да, вот это имеешь в виду. Вот это и есть. А, что вот это. И что дальше? Ну, вот это момент. Нафига ты это как-то. Ну да, это. Ну вот это и есть, но я просто, ну да, и что дальше? Ну да, ну вот это и было самое. Угу. Вот типа того, да. Хорошо, ну и... Ну да, буквально. Ну, доигрывать тогда его было, да. Ну, народ, значит, понятно, знаешь. Бля, а, что я не короче. Да, не. Ну, вот это и думаешь, это и есть на самом деле, наоборот, более. Ну, вот это и тогда вот это и есть. Ладно. Группа. Ну, не надо это чувство. Наоборот, эй, нет. Ну это не надо, это я понял, да, понял. Ну это и есть тот самый, да, я говорю, так это. Нет, что ли? Нет, наоборот, да. Так наоборот, потому что ладно, понял, так чувствую. Да, забудь. Конечно, да. Ну да. Да. Ну, что ты что ли? Ну, неинтересно тебе, и все. Ну, и все, иди нахер. Не занимайся за ничего. Да, вы самый умный. Ну, это не знаю, я не знаю тут, как комментировать просто. Да. Да. Ну, это тоже так. Да. Ну, типа, да. Ладно, вот такая фиксация, что-то, да. Да, да, вот, вот, да. Ну, видите, видите. Дорога, упражняться, упражняться. Ну да, ну видишь, да, да. Да, 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 понимаю.
Ну, сейчас, ну, да. А, это у нас, да. Это могут самые, да, да, да. Вот это. А, да. Это глупо. Наоборот. Да, внутри это очень. Набраться специально. Нет, наоборот, всегда так наоборот. Сделал меня. Баратик. Ладно. Зачем количество? Вкусная. Что, так что ли, как это? Ладно. Что? Письменно. Ну да, на слух. Ты что-то прицелиться. Играть, что ли? Стайл, да, так понял. Ну, вообще ничего не знаю про культуру. Или наоборот, не все, такая хорошо идея, это, ну ладно, это долго дело. Кстати, неправильно согласен. Да. Ну, о себе так думаешь. Наоборот, я просто уже понял, да. Почему люди не действуют? Да, понял. Много этого не делают. что неинтересно. Да. Да. Ну, не можешь говорить, не можешь. Ничего, что-то... Ушки, кучка. Ну, когда мы делаем, да, я не понял тебя просто. Ну, может быть, это самое. А, нет, что это? Уже был. Да. Говорит, да. Жалко, что ли, да? Ну, вот это и все, да. Денег не надо, да. Знаете, ну, тебя наркоман, просто наркоман. Видим. Ну да. 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 Так нет, он тебе про себя и говорил, так наоборот, да. Плохо, по-моему, да.
Consider.
All right, let us begin, please. We're going to get started to stay on track for this morning. Don't forget, of course, that we have this exciting event next Tuesday, which is our second test. There will be, curb your enthusiasm. There will be a review section for that. Indeed, 3 of them next Monday night, as we did last time. They'll be in room 207 of WLH again this Monday, 7, 8, and 9 respectively, and yours truly will be there. It will also have Monday afternoon. If you want individual help, you can come to my office, and one of the TAs will be covering a run of about 4 or 5 hours there Monday afternoon, probably starting around 1 o'clock. And of course, I'll be sending you a prep sheet on this so that you will know how to prepare for this test, just as we prepared for the last test. The test itself will be very similar to the first test, except when we get to the listening pieces, then we will not be so much concentrating on individual isolated aspects of melody, rhythm, and harmony, but these broader questions of form. What is the form? Where are we in the form? That's the essence of the assignment there. We're working here with form, and it's very important. It brings, I think, my guess is in all of the listening that you've been doing, pop music, classical, whatever it is, how many, when you were listening, ever thought about form? Ever think about it? Okay, one person I see raised their hand. Robert too, maybe Roger raises his hand, but not too enthusiastically. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that you could do a lot of playing, listening to music. You could take as my 17-year-old, maybe 17-year-old, maybe 12, 13 years of cello, and I could ask him, what form do we have? Where are we in the form? And he wouldn't really know because he hasn't been exposed to that sort of thing. Well, it does help us. It's a whole dimension of listening that we can plug into, whether it's pop music and you're dealing with verse and chorus and bridge, or even, as we'll see today, ostinato in pop music, or in classical music, you plug in the form. Now, what are the 6 forms that we are going to be plugging in here? Somebody run us through our checklist. Roger, get us started, please. Oh, yeah, you can say one, and then you can pass the baton. Okay, sonata allegro, the most difficult, the biggest one. We spent the most time with that. What else? Chris? Fugue, we spent a lot of time with that, fairly difficult. Daniel? Rondo, a little bit easier in the sense that you've got this one theme that kind of bludgeons you. You get a theme, then you get something else. And that theme comes back, and then probably something else yet again. And that theme comes back, and then something else again. And then theme, and so on. So you get the object, and then a lot of contrast that the object keeps coming back. What else? Did we mention Chelsea? I'm sorry. Ternary form, yeah, that may be the easiest, kind of just the A, B, A idea. And we're missing one, I think. Yeah. Theme and variations. Your name, please? I'm sorry? Kristen. Okay, thanks very much, Kristen. Theme and variations is the last one. When you go to a concert, sometimes you can pick up the program, and here is a cover for a program that's going to serve as the makeup for our the makeup concert for our class. It's next Saturday, I guess, a week from Saturday. Jonathan Edwards Orchestra is going to be performing at the Tel. And they'll be doing the Beethoven 8th Symphony, the Beethoven 8th Symphony. And when you go there, you're going to have 4 movements in the Beethoven 8th Symphony. What's a good guess as to what form the first movement's going to be in? Sonata allegro, okay? Sonata allegro. Second movement, it could be in a number of different forms. What's a good guess for what the form of the third movement will be? Ternary form. It's going to be some kind of minuet, or scherzo. I think in this case, scherzo, trio, scherzo, that idea. Ternary form usually is the third movement of these 4 movement symphony. And then the last movement, well, we'll have to sort of come to terms with that, figure that one out on the fly. And that's what we'll be doing in our test on Tuesday, although it will be a slow, sort of lento fly there. We'll be going through it much more slowly than just one pass. So sometimes when listening, you got to hear the music and make some kind of educated determination as to what the form is, and then you kind of, as I say, drop this template of that particular form down in your mind, and then filter the music thereafter through that model, be it the model of Sonata Allegro, or the model of Fugue, or the model of Rondo. You kind of hear the piece in that form thereafter. Questions about that? All right, if not, let's proceed with one final form today, which is ostinato. That's our sixth form. We haven't been introduced to that. We're going to do ostinato. But before we get to that, I want to recap one thing having to do with theme and variation form, because it allows us to bring in some of the other things that we have been talking about. So it's a good culminating listening experience. And that is the finale of Beethoven's Eroica Symphony. Anybody know why it's called the Eroica Symphony? Who's the hero that's referenced there? Caroline? Napoleon, right. So Beethoven was working on this symphony. Napoleon was a hero. Then he gets word from Paris. Napoleon has had himself crowned emperor. He says, oh my God, Napoleon's just a tyrant like all the rest of them. So he's furious and he scratches out on his score. And when you get to the Beethoven chapter of your textbook, look there. There's a photograph of the cover of the Eroica Symphony. And you can see the big hole where Beethoven with his knife scratched out Napoleon's name, and then later on he goes on to simply identify that as Symphony for a Hero, Symphony for a Hero, the Eroica Symphony. So that's what we mean by that particular. The hero originally was to be Napoleon. So when we finish this exercise, when you finish this course, you will have actually been exposed to a number of Beethoven symphonies. We're talking about number 3 here. We opened with number 5. On the concert a week from Saturday, you have Beethoven 8. And those of you that went to the preceding concert are not barred from attending the one on the 1st of November. You too can get in the door there. So you might want to go to that 7:30 in the Kell Chapel, November 1st. And the concert the other night, we had Beethoven 6. So you will have been exposed to 4 Beethoven symphonies here in this course. And that's pretty good. That's great. All right, so let's talk about the finale here. And it's based on, and it's kind of fun, it's actually more complex than we would ever do on the test, but it's fun to work through it. It's based on 2 themes. So this is a set of variations using 2 themes. Beethoven liked to do this. He did this in a slow movement of, what's that? What symphony is that? You guys remember? Yeah, it was the Beethoven 6 that we had at the concert the other night with the woodwinds and all.
Consequences.
That was the second thing. It was kind of the second, the idea, if you will, of the 2 themes. So there, in the slow movement of Beethoven's 6th Symphony, we had a double variation. What we mean by double variation is simply that there are 2 themes in play. So here we have the 2 themes. One, the way it's constructed here, is in the treble. So not allegro, okay? So not allegro. Second movement, it could be in a number of different forms. What's a good guess for what the form of the third movement will be? Ternary form. It's going to be some kind of minuet or scherzo. I think in this case, scherzo, trio, scherzo, that idea. Ternary form usually is the third movement of these 4 movement symphony. And then the last movement, well, we'll have to sort of come to terms with that, figure that one out on the fly. And that's what we'll be doing in our test on Tuesday, although it will be a slow, sort of lento fly there. We'll be going through it much more slowly than just one pass. So sometimes when listening, you've got to hear the music and make some kind of educated determination as to what the form is, and then you kind of, as I say, drop this template of that particular form down in your mind, and then filter the music thereafter through that model, be it the model of Sonata Allegro, or the model of Fugue, or the model of Rondo. You kind of hear the piece in that form thereafter. Questions about that? All right, If not, let's proceed with one final form today, which is ostinato. That's our sixth form. We haven't been introduced to that. We're going to do ostinato. But before we get to that, I want to recap one thing having to do with theme and variation form, because it allows us to bring in some of the other things that we have been talking about. So it's a good culminating listening experience. And that is the finale of Beethoven's Eroica Symphony. Anybody know why it's called the Eroica Symphony? Who's the hero that's referenced there? Caroline? Napoleon, right. So Beethoven was working on the symphony. Napoleon was a hero. Then he gets word from Paris that Napoleon has had himself crowned emperor. He thinks, oh my God, Napoleon's just a tyrant like all the rest of them. So he's furious and he scratches out on his score. And when you get to the Beethoven chapter of your textbook, look there. There's a photograph of the cover of the Eroica Symphony. And you can see the big hole where Beethoven with his knife scratched out Napoleon's name, and then later on he goes on to simply identify that as Symphony for a Hero. Symphony for a Hero, the Eroica Symphony. So that's what we mean by that particular hero originally was to be Napoleon. So when we finish this exercise, when you finish this course, you will have actually been exposed to a number of Beethoven symphonies. We're talking about number 3 here. We opened with number 5. On the concert a week from Saturday, you have Beethoven 8. And those of you that went to the preceding concert are not barred from attending the one on the 1st of November. You too can get in the door there. So you might want to go to that at 7:30 in the Bell Chapel, November 1st. And the concert the other night, we had Beethoven 6. So you will have been exposed to 4 Beethoven symphonies here in this course. So that's pretty good for the beginning course. Great. All right, so let's talk about the finale here. And it's based on, and it's kind of fun, it's actually more complex than you ever do a test, but it's fun to work through it. It's based on 2 themes. So this is a set of variations using 2 themes. Beethoven liked to do this. He did this in a slow movement of, what's that? What symphony is that? Yeah, it was the Beethoven 6 that we had at the concert the other night with the woodwinds and all that. So that was the second theme. It was kind of the second, the idea, if you will, of the 2 themes. So there, in the slow movement of Beethoven's 6th Symphony, we had a double variation. What we mean by double variation is simply that there are 2 themes in play. So here we have the 2 themes. One, the way he's constructed here, is in the treble. That's theme number 1. Here's theme number 2. So those are the 2 themes. So let's listen to some of this. It's going to start out with just a little bit of a curtain raiser. So I have a curtain raiser, and then one of the themes will come in. Which one does Beethoven start with? Okay, up goes the curtain. Repeat. Continue. Okay, we're going to stop it there. So which theme did he choose to work with here at the outset? Anybody read anything? Yeah, the bass theme. And how was it being played? Wasn't it a kind of bum, 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 bum? So it was a bass theme. All right, so that's, in a sense, we'll say, call it variation 1. Let's go on with variation 2 here. Which theme does he choose to use at this point? Repeat. and repeat. Okay, so which theme is he using there? 1 or 2? Yeah, Danny says 2. And it was still the bass theme. It was a little bit harder to hear this time because it was being covered up above by some counterpoint. So we've got the theme, we've got counterpoint against it. Let's go on to variation number 3. We'll see what happens. Which one here? Repeat. Go on. And repeat. So which theme this time? 1 or 2? Still 2. But he's moved it up into the first violin. He's moved it up higher, and he's got more sort of fast running counterpoint against it. Let's go on to the next. You got to get number 1 at some point. All right. Let's stop it there. Let's go back to that particular variation, if you will, please. I think it's at 154. What was the solo instrument there, and how did he orchestrate this?
Hey.
Well, the first statement of this first theme, he assigned it to a solo instrument. Then, in the repeat, he had the strings take it over. Then, that solo instrument came back, and then on the repeat, the strings took it over again. So it's an interesting use of orchestration here. Let's listen to this variation again. And what is the solo instrument up on top? Okay, let's pause it there just for a second. So what's the solo instrument? Oboe. Yeah, so the oboe penetrating up on high. Question out there, Patrick. Yeah, I wouldn't want to take that too far, though. This is sort of an isolated event here where you do have a call and a response. And it does happen just in this one variation. It's going to be limited to this one variation. Whereas in a Bessie Smith blues tune, you would have that call and response idea carried on throughout the entire composition. It's a good point, though. I hadn't thought of those two, but that's exactly. You have a call by the oboe, and then the repeat of that idea may be elaborated by the strings. So here we are up here, the solo oboe, and then we are going to have the response now by the string. So let's listen to that. Okay, we're going to pause it here just for a second. Now something interesting happens. When we were dealing with sonata allegro form, we said that there were 4 functional types. And this really isn't just limited to sonata allegro form. There are functional types in all kinds of music. When we go to a movie, a cinema, a film, for example, oftentimes at the end of the scene, they will have a fade out. You know, and listen to the fade out music. There's kind of transition music in film music a lot of times. Then maybe we get a new scene and it's very prominently displayed. Well, maybe we get thematic music at that particular point. So this idea of theme and transition, even development, can occur in all different kinds of music and all different kinds of contexts. But just to review that idea, we have thematic music, we have transitional music, we have developmental music, and again, it's have to be limited to sonata allegro form. We saw developmental music in a section of the fugue called what? Do you remember what we called that section of the fugue that was so developmental, Thaddeus? the episode. So there in the episode, the tune we have interactive, and we get ending conventional stuff virtually in every kind of music. So it's not limited just to sonata labor form. But the question here is, what is Beethoven writing at this particular particular point? Here we are in theme and variations, but I think we're referencing one of the 4 functional types of music in this next section. So what functional type is it? Okay, so what was that we just heard? What did you get? Daniel? A transition. Yeah, it's just taking it very simply from point A to point B. Maybe just a little bit idea of a cadence transition usually, and with a couple final sounding chords there. Yeah. So that's a transition, and we've moved. And we've moved from here, a major key. What would you imagine we're going to move to? A minor key, and it's probably, again, although we don't hear it, I don't hear it, we don't hear it, it's probably going to be the relative minor, because it's just simpler structurally to operate that way. So let's listen now to the next variation here. And something very interesting happens. He's referencing another form. He's incorporating another form in the composition as a variation. So what is the other form now? Stop it right here. So what form is he referencing? Michael? Got it right today. Okay. A few, yeah. And we, in just one hearing, it was a little bit hard to really know what voices would bring it in, but I'll just tell you, generally what he was doing there was starting up on the top. Okay, and then and gradually coming down in terms of range. So the soprano, alto, tenor, and then bass. And the bass did something interesting, which sort of reinforces a point we had the other day, the huge subject that he's working with, which, by the way, so he's kind of varying that melody number 1. Varying that melody. But when it gets to the bass, it does something interesting. What is that interesting? What process we have at work there that we talked about last time with regard to tune? Anybody remember that? Inversion. And I don't think I made that point clearly enough the other day. But anytime you have, you could have going up a minor third and then down a second. You could go down a minor third and then up a second. So you're just turning the intervals and then you kind of a mirror image to it. So here Beethoven uses a little bit of inversion. So in the middle of this theme and variation movement, he inserts a fugue. And a fugue inserted inside another form is called a fugato. So here, as the 4th, I think, fifth variation of this last movement, he inserts the fugato. Let's skip, if you would please, all the way up to about 800. We're going to listen to one final variation here, and at this point, we want to concentrate on the duration of the melody. We were starting out, one, two, 1, 2. That's that. What's Beethoven doing here? Almost there. Yeah, it's a long way to go. Here we go. pause it there just for a second. So what's he done here to his melody, to the duration of his melody? It's now, to express it, we can go with bum, 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 and now we go bum, 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 bum. Let's see, do it. Now, come on, I just hear a small little word like that. Somebody, let's choose somebody who's pretty confident, and that person will yell it out. Marcus? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. That's the psychological effect of retardando, slowing it down, giving you a sense you're getting to the end. But once again, technically, that's not exactly what he's doing. He's giving that effect by doing something. That is right. He's changing the note values. He's simply doubling the note values. And when we do that in music, we call that augmentation. Sometimes when we get to Hector Berlioz, we'll see diminution. To give a sense of urgency to the music, you can chop them all in half. Well, here he's getting toward the end. He wants this grand, broad effect. He's brought in the brasses. It's showtime. So what does he do? He doubles all of the note values in theme number 1. So let's continue, please. Okay, and then he sort of fades out and adds a little color at that point. That's the way we end the 3rd symphony, the Eroica symphony of Beethoven. So it's an interesting piece because it's got legato in there, it's got sections that sound like a transition out of sonata or regular 4/8. He's working with 2 themes. Questions about that before we move on? All right, so let's put that behind us now and go on to talk about ostinato form. Once again, we've been through this many times, but what is an ostinato? Okay, I know it's embarrassing. It's something that happens again and again and again. It's sort of obsessive compulsive disorder applied to music, okay? Obsessive compulsive disorder applied to music. The most famous example of this is probably the Bolero of Maurice Ravel. So we put that up on the board here as our first ostinato piece, 1928, piece from the 20th century. It's an ostinato in every way, in the sense that the melody keeps repeating over and over again for 14 minutes. The rhythm of that keeps going for 14 minutes and change, depending on the tempo of the conductor. And when we did this, remember, you guys were providing the bass harmony, bum, 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 bum. That's all you do for 14 minutes and 30 seconds. So every aspect of that melody, rhythm, and harmony is controlled by this ostinato procedure. And in this example, as mentioned, from the 20th century. But the heyday of ostinato form, well, really in two periods in the history of music. One in the Baroque period, and 2 right now. Because when you start listening to your pop music, go out there and listen to those basses and start charting those basses and see how repetitious they are. When Frederick Evans brought in that piece of In Sync or whatever it was that he brought in, and I started listening to that, I thought, my God, he's got a descending pentachord bass, ostinato, embedded in that. Now, I'm sure Frederick didn't sit there stretching, oh yes, there's my descending pentachord, chromatic descending pentachord bass there. But it's in there. It's embedded in so much of this popular music. And that's kind of what we're going to track here a little bit. But we're going to start with the Baroque. So we could start with who's the best, or we could even say the best composer of the Baroque. Well, J.S. Bach. So let's start with an organ piece of Bach, and we'll listen to an ostinato bass. Generally speaking in music, when you get an ostinato, it's applied to the bass. It sets up a repeating harmony. So that's what we got here. So here's a Passacaglia, just a little bit of it by Bach. once he gets his bass in there, and it's a typical 8-bar pattern. It's odd how many of these ostinato basses are in 8-bar units. So it's an 8-bar pattern here at 5. Then all he does is keep throwing over top of that different rhythmic patterns and slightly different melodic patterns as well. But that bass, churning away over and over underneath in that piece for what instrument by Bach? Organ, big, powerful pipe organ. Wonderful, wonderful sound. All right, so that's an introduction to the basso ostinato, or the ostinato bass by Bach. Let's turn to some music now of Henry Purcell. Henry Purcell was an English composer working in London at the end of the 17th century. He was employed by, must have been James II, and then I think William and Mary for a little bit. So he wrote for court, and he also wrote for the theater. And in one instance, that turned out to be his most famous composition, he wrote an opera for an all-girls boarding school in the London suburb of Chelsea. I guess it's not part of downtown London. There's a famous soccer team, Chelsea something. I don't know. You've seen that TV. So there's Henry Purcell out at this all-girls boarding school, and annually they put on a drama. So it was kind of like the senior class play, and all of the roles were sung by women, except in this case, one role was sung by a male, and that was the role of Aeneas. So we've got the famous story of Dido and Aeneas. We've probably read it in literature classes. We've probably read parts of it in Latin. It's in book 4. It used to be a really good secondary type education when you're doing Latin. You had maybe 6 or 7 years of Latin. You would read the Virgil's Aeneid in the original Latin. Anybody do that?
Да.
Wow. Holy smokes.
Да, приятно, у него сейчас курс людей, что творится.
Because it's not easy. It's not easy.
Ну, хочу раз. Дела хорошо, нормально, Саша, дела?
Хорошо, я чувствую, голос бодрый, значит, что-то получается, да?
Ну, как бы, тихонько, тихо, просто тихо. Так.
Понятно, что ты с Вичкой дозваниваешься, что-то я давно не звонила, я вся в таких этих туда-сюда бегаем, до туда-сюда, я что-то ей не звонила в последнее время, завтра у тебя посвободнее, наверное, завтра позвоню.
Звони иногда, звони, да.
Нормально, все хорошо у нее, да?
Ну, не знаю, вроде была так нормально, да.
Ну, очень даже замечательно, я рада.
Ладно, ты как, все нормально?
Да нормально, потихоньку, просто я сейчас не была в в городе, так как тебе бы заехать, просто я, видишь, если я в городе, то я до вечера, до позднего.
Ладно.
Вот, нет, просто ты ко мне не приезжаешь, как тебя не зовешь.
Да, тут свои нет, некогда.
Некогда, да? Ну ты просто так звонил?
Ну вообще просто, да, в целом так.
Я не слышала просто.
Ага. Ну ты приезжай там иногда сейчас, где? Приезжай, если там. Ладно.
Буду приезжать. Ладно, давай, всем спокойной ночи.
Ну ладно, не болей, давай, не порай.
Да, ты звони, давай. Ладно, я приеду, как только будет возможность. Ладно?
Ну давай, пока.
Давай, пока.
Смотри, туда ехать это полдня, понимаешь? Ну, даже не суть разговора, зачем? Да. Нормально, работает. Телефон все вышел.
Traditional classical Latin, where the syntax is radically different than medieval Latin or any kind of modern language. Okay, well, good for you guys. So you know the story. Somebody tell me the story then. Michael, what's the story? Aeneas has to leave for another country. It happens to be what country? Yeah, he's got to follow his destiny and go off and found the city of Rome, and in the vernacular, having ditched Dido back in Carthage. She's not happy about this. She dies, depending upon the theatrical version or the original. She either stabs herself, falls on a burning funeral pyre, or dies of a broken heart. But this is opera, so you know that at the end of it, the soprano's got to die. Right? This is the way operas die. Operas end, die, dead. So you could do Violetta and Traviata, you could do Tosca and Tosca. We've even seen here the Liebestod at the end of Wagner's Tristan. Isolde dies after seeing the Liebestod expires. So it's a convention of opera. And in this particular opera, we have a famous aria. It's called Dido's Lament, where she is lamenting the fact that she has been abandoned by Aeneas. And it's interesting because it's built on an ostinato bass line. And it's built on an ostinato bass line that descends, and this is important, because it became a convention for lamentation. So this is the bass line for Dido's Lament here. And it just keeps recycling like over and over and over again. That's the ostinato. And then up above it, we have the lamentation. When I laid in my rose tree, no trouble in my breast. Remember me, but I'll forget my fate. So that's what she's singing. So let's listen to a bit of this. And before we do that, we have the term on the board up there, ground bass. All that is the English term for ostinato bass. Ground bass, ostinato bass, the same thing. But it gives us the sense at least that the bass grounds, it kind of holds together. It's the foundation for the entire composition. So let's listen. We'll start with the ground bass. Nice and loud here, Linda, please. And then the singer will come in. Okay, let's stop it there. So that's how this plays out, and that bass keeps cycling through the duration of this particular aria. Listening to this recording gives us the opportunity to think about approaches to music. This is a written at the end of the 17th century, and actually, in this particular recording, they're playing this and singing in a way that would be rather similar to the way they would have done it in the 17th century. They have reproductions of 17th century instruments. And the singer here is trying to create a particular approach vocally to the music. So as we listen to this recording one more time, we're going to hear just a little bit more of it, and then we're going to ask you to compare this recording to another recording. This would be the kind of thing that a reviewer would do. So let's listen to a bit more of this recording A, we'll call it, and then we'll move on. Pause it there. Now we're going to go on to recording B. So what's the difference here in approach in terms of orchestra, everything, voice, and how does recording B differ from recording A?
No, I don't speak with you.
What's your reaction to that? How do those two differ? Hands, please, Caroline. Okay, first singer had a much more youthful approach. And you could see that as an attempt to maybe duplicate the performance context of the original performance in a high school, girls' school there in late 17th century. More specifically, what about the quality of that voice? Any thoughts? Roger? Okay, now, so we have the two recordings. Which of the two had more vibrato, one or two? Two had a lot more vibrato. So that's really the big difference here. That one was a very well-focused voice with very little vibrato, and maybe that's what gave it this youthful appeal. It's almost like the voice of a choir boy or a choir girl, for heaven's sake, a pre-adolescent child, but intending to make it very pure and very clean and very well focused. The second recording, that might be a recording that you would expect to hear, a performance you would expect to hear where? In a modern opera theater or an opera hall, a hall designed for opera, where we've got this huge expanse that we have to fill. What about the orchestra? Frederick?
Вот это и эссенция. Да.
You mean higher in terms of pitch? Frederick, you have a very good ear. Actually, that's true. I don't want to get into this, but the first recording is pitched in F sharp in the old Baroque tuning. They're trying to really be so authentic. Pitch in the Baroque era was actually lower than it is today. We know that because there are tuning forks that survived in that period. They got labeled on an A. You play that A, and it turns out to be our G sharp. So aficionados of this particular repertoire, when they go to perform Baroque music, they're going to use reproduction of authentic instruments, they're going to use non-vibrato singing, and they're going to use the lower pitch. I didn't plan on getting into that, but since you picked up on it, good for you. Now, we don't have to hear that, and to be honest with you, the only reason I remembered that was I went to duplicate it before coming in here today. I went to duplicate those pitches on the piano so I'd be up to speed with this, and I realized, geez, I have to do this in F sharp, and that's going to require some quick transposition up here because I can do it quickly in G with only two flats, but F sharp, and the sharp side got there to have to figure all this out. So, but that is going on there. That's an interesting development. Anything else? What about the tempo of the two? Size of the orchestra always determines to some degree the tempo of Oscar. Yeah, the second recording was much slower. I was intentionally trying to beat it up here, and it was a very labored beat pattern. It was much slower because they had many more instruments, a lot more people playing. Axiomatic, the more people you have, the longer it takes for sound to clear, the slower your tempo will go, unless you're maniacally tutorial type of conductor will really push it. So it leads to, the more people, the slower the tempo is going to go. So what we have here is a reproduction of an attempt to reproduce authentic 17th century performance as opposed to a modern performance, big sound, metropolitan opera type of sound. All right. Let's move on here. One interesting aspect of this, I discovered this driving down Whitney Avenue. This is true. Driving down Whitney Avenue one day, I must have been fishing for 91.5 in my FM dial, and suddenly had a seizure or something, and I didn't quite make it, and I was listening to Elton John. Okay, listening to Elton John, and what did I hear but the craziest thing? What I heard was this text. It's sad, it's sad, it's a sad, sad situation. And then I heard, young king, whoa, wait a minute there. That's the personal bass line. That's the personal bass line. Elton John has stolen the personal bass line. Arrest that man. No, we don't do this because, as we say, these bass lines are in the common domain. As we just said before, you can't sue anybody for theft of a bass line. And indeed, it was all over the place in the Baroque. This is a type of, it became a kind of musical icon. Anytime an audience would hear, they would think death or bad news. And actually, we still do today. It doesn't hit the road jack based on that same kind of ostinato bass. But in the Baroque, you could go back to Monteverdi's Lamenta della Ninfa. You could go to Bach's Cantata Weinenklagen Sorgensagen. Lamentation, whether it's in Purcell, whether it's in Bach, or whether it's in Elton John. So what Elton John was to take this, and he used it not the beginning of this piece, sorry is the saddest, or sorry is the hardest word to say. He didn't use it at the beginning, he used it in the chorus. So here we are in the chorus of Elton John's, I think it's sorry is the saddest thing to say.
The hardest word is silence, so sad, with the sad situation, and it's getting more and more absurd. It's sad, so sad, why can't we talk it over? Oh, it seems to me, something seems to be the hardest word.
And we go on to the next verse. Okay, so that's just one example of the use of that particular octave. We actually call that a lament bass. Mozart even did it. He wrote a violin sonata on occasion of his mother's death in E minor, and he has that thing just going down, descending. Basically, it's this descending tetrachord here that gets filled in. All right, so we've got that as an ostinato bass. What's the most famous ostinato bass of all time, Baroque or modern? The Pachelbel bass, okay? And we've got this thing called the Pachelbel canon. Do you have the Xerox for today? What's the Pachelbel canon? Well, we worked a little bit with this. I think it was listening exercise 8, I believe, early on in the course, where we were trying to have you focus on changing harmonies. And these harmonies are just generated by this repeating bass line. There's an irony with the Pachelbel canon, and that is that you never hear the canon in the Pachelbel canon. Why is that the case? It's because if you look, he's got these 3 canonic lines, the 3 staves up above, all in the same register. And when people record this, they always do it with the same instrument, usually just with the violin. So we have the violins up above, 3 violins all playing in the same register. You can't pick out the canon. It just sounds like this unfolding jumble. It's very beautiful jumble, but it's indistinctive in that sense. Maybe if they orchestrated oboe, flute, and clarinet, maybe we could hear the canon better. What we hear, of course, grinding away underneath is the ostinato bass. So let's listen to just a bit of this. And I was struck the other day when I went back and listened to this recording on your CDs. They have put in this something that's actually Pachelbel didn't write. When this starts out, they just start with a... What's that? It's a descending major scale. So they just say, all right, here's your basic tonality, here's your tonal grid, or whatever. So let's listen to the bass start out, then we'll have this descending scale that Pachelbel didn't write, and then his canon will start. And you can see how this works here. I've indicated A gets repeated as B comes in, and so on. It's pretty straightforward how the canon operates. Now the canon starts. A1. in. First voice goes on to present something new. B.
No, así con...
We'll pause it here. It goes about 4 minutes. It's very beautiful. It's lovely, lovely, lovely. But you know this bass line, right? Okay, so there's our key. Let's all sing it together. Ready, sing. Da, da, da,
Дезавуируйте.
Okay, so once you get that in your ear, you have a sense. It's really in there, and that you may have heard that many different times before. Now, lots of people made use of the Takabel canon, and I know of at least 3 and maybe 4 that I put up on the board up there. And you may know of more. Marcos sent me a clip of a comedian. Maybe you guys have seen it. What's the comedian's name? They're so sick of the Takabel canon because every piece he picks up has got the bass line of the Takabel canon. What comedian knows that? Doesn't it? So those are mine 4. Anybody else know where else they show up? All right, well, let's review. But keep it. Oh, Thaddeus. Good. Britney Spears has the Takabel canon? What?
12 соли.
All right. Thaddeus, go get that for me. I need this. This is gold. Thank you very much. But check it. For example, one of the students, Daniel in here, sent me, gave me, and we talked about it. Let's go to that one. Let's go to that one. It would be CD4 track 2. He said, this may be a knockoff of the Taco Bell canon. It's called the Taco Bell canon. So let's see if the Taco Bell canon is in fact embedded in the Taco Bell canon. Singing, yes or no? I may think yes, raise your right hand. I may think no, raise your left. No, it ain't the Taco Bell canon. Is it an ostinato bass? Yes, it's an ostinato bass. We could keep playing with that. I could play Coolio, the Blues Traveler, Vitamin C. Just for a laugh, let's do Vitamin C, which is CD 2 track 1. And I'm sorry about this, but it's too good to pass up. Okay, so out you go. Thanks for your attention. Appropriately enough, it's in the key of C. Vitamin C, C.
So talk to me about the rest of our lives. When I'm gonna get when you turn 25.
Let us begin then with the subject of today, which is the fugue. Every educated person should know what a fugue is. Why? Because it's an intellectual model, an intellectual paradigm that surfaces in a number of disciplines. For example, in poetry, oddly, if you've ever peeked at Thomas T.S. Eliot's The Four Quartets, the fugue is referenced there frequently. Good literature, a novel written about the same time, all the structure is point, counterpoint. It's framed in the shape of a fugue. We can go to geology. Geologists occasionally will say this particular crystal has a fugue-like structure to it, turning to painting. There are painters of the 20th century, I can name at least three, Franz Kupka, Henri Valence, and Joseph Albers, who used to be the dean of our own School of Art and Architecture. They all painted fugues, and we will be looking at Albers' fugue, which actually happens to be in your textbook when we come to section this week. So be sure to bring your textbooks to section this week, because we will be using them. I'm interested in the fugue also because of this book, Douglas Hofstadter's Gödel, Escher, Bach. Oh my, it's heavy. I didn't bring in my copy. This is the Bass copy that Linda was kind enough to pull over. Mine is a paperback. It's not this heavy. But in a way, this is indicative because it's heavy reading. Anybody ever peeked at this book and any other? Good. Is it Adam? Yeah, Adam. What course did you read this in? I'm recommended by friends. I can follow about the first 25 to 30 pages or so. Then when it gets to the math, it really gets over my head. But what it is an attempt to use the fugue as a way of bringing a common mode of understanding to the visual art, to mathematics, and to music. The musician that is foregrounded here, of course, is J.S. Bach, for that fugue. So we want to know about how fugues operate. So let's take a look at the specifics here. The term fugue actually comes from an old Latin word, fuga, which means flight, or to fly. So in a fugue, what you get is one voice going ahead, leading ahead, and another voice following it. Now, I just used the term voice there. Fugues can be written for actual voices, sounding voices, or they can be written for instruments such as the violin or the cello, individual lines. They can even be written for instruments that can play several lines or several parts at once. The piano can do that, the organ can do that, even the guitar, and occasionally the violin will be asked to do that. Fugues have been written for as few as two voices. Yes, you could have a two-voice fugue, up to as many as 32 voices. And they can be, as mentioned, written for, and they are best perhaps performed on these keyboard instruments that have the capacity to play many lines, many parts, many voices at once. The greatest collection of fugues, as you may have bumped into, heard about, at least heard the term, is this collection of preludes and fugues by J.S. Bach called the Well-Tempered Clavier. First of all, what's a prelude? It's just a warm-up. You sort of get relaxed, you get to see your fingers get a feel of the keyboard, of the lute, or whatever it might happen. They would be a prelude, a pre-plan, a warm-up. And then we go on to the meat of the issue, which is the fugue. Now, why is this called the well-tempered clavier? Anybody know? Anybody have? It's an odd term. Clavier just means keyboard, the well-tuned keyboard. That's there. Well, what was going on in Bach's day is that they didn't have a keyboard they didn't have a tuning system in which all of the pitches were exactly a half step apart. Some were slightly closer together, and then others farther apart. And the key of C actually had a slightly different sound than the key of D. And it's only in the 18th and 19th century that we gradually shifted from an unequal keyboard to an equal tuned keyboard. So Bach is kind of part of this transition to the equal tuned keyboard. He was getting close to the equal temperament of the modern keyboard, and that's why he called it the well-tuned keyboard. And by tuning it this way, it allows you to modulate to all keys. And that's what he did in this collection. He wrote two books, one in about 1722 when he was in Curtin, and another about 1742 when he was in Leipzig. And in each of these books, we have a total of 24 preludes and fugues. One prelude and fugue in C major, one prelude and fugue in C minor, one prelude and fugue in C sharp major, and one prelude and fugue in C sharp minor. And so on all the way up to two books ago. And this is kind of standard fodder for those that want to become professional musicians. Okay, so that's what that is about the well-tempered idea. We've been referencing Bach here, and nobody, of course, wrote better fugues than J.S. Bach. Some continued to write fugues. Mozart wrote some fugues, Haydn wrote some fugues, Beethoven wrote some fugues, and so on. And even into the 20th century, we have a few composers, Paul Hindemith, who's the teacher there, Dmitri Shostakovich, they wrote fugues. But generally speaking, the fugue has its heyday in the Baroque period, roughly 1600 to 1750, the heyday of Bach and Handel. How the fugues work? Well, they start out, as mentioned, with one voice leading forward, and then another voice imitates that voice. Exactly. Now, if that following voice, here's the question, if that following voice imitated the leader exactly from beginning to end, what would we have? A round, okay, good, that's what we could have, a round. Or we could use the fancier music word, a canon. Canon, round, the same thing. One voice imitating the other exactly from beginning to end. But in the fugue, what happens is, after the main idea, which we'll be calling the subject, the main idea is stated, then the parts go their independent ways, generating counterpoint. But they're not exact, they're not precise duplications of the rhythms and pitches of the leaders. So what we could do would be to visualize this in a sort of crude way. Up here, you have a leader and then a follower, and the follower duplicates the main idea, which we're going to call the subject, for a period of time, but then it kind of breaks off. So voices will come in and duplicate a certain amount of material and then break off and go their own way. So that's a good way of thinking of the beginning of a fugue, which we will call the exposition. I'll come back to that point in a moment. Notice here I put a silly little tree up there. We could say that we have the genus polyphony here. We've got monophonic texture, homophonic texture, and polyphonic texture. So within polyphonic texture, we have non-imitative texture, and then a stream of imitative polyphony, and then two forms of imitative polyphony. Rather strict, exactly strict imitative polyphony, the canon, and less strict imitative polyphony, the fugue.
Что-то даже интересно.
Okay, questions about that so far? All right, let's go back to the beginning of the fugue. We have this opening melody, the distinctive part of it, which we're going to call the subject. That's just what we call the melody of the fugue, the subject. And the way this works is, in a fugue, each of the voices in turn will come in with that subject. One will start out, and another will come, then another will come in. After all of the voices are in, we're at the end of what we call the exposition of the fugue. Now, we've had the term exposition before. Where is that? Over there, Elizabeth, I hear you. Yeah, sonata form, sonata allegro form. So what do we mean by exposition? There was a chance where you present all the themes. We talked about first theme, second theme, closing theme. If you're in a fugue, we have just one theme, but everybody's going to get a chance to present it. After everyone has a chance to present it, every voice has a chance to present it, then we're finished with the exposition. All the voices have exposed the theme in their range. After that, we go on to what's called the episode of a
Чего ты
fugue.
так темный? Ну, мне отражаешь, что
Well,
я
usually it modulates key. And the vehicle through which composers frequently modulate is melodic sequence. You can up or down. You can kind of move around by using sequence. You get to different places by using sequence. So it tends to be a contrapuntal because it's using little motives from the theme. It modulates, moves around, and that goes different keys. Sounds a bit unsettling. if you were to think back on sonata allegro form and try to find an analog for sonata allegro form in the fugue episode, what would it be? What is the episode of a fugue like in sonata allegro form? Roger. Exactly, the development section. So these episodes in a fugue are sort of mini development sections. So visualize, if you will, we start out here with the exposition, in which all voices present the subject. Then you have this kind of free period in which the motive out of the subject is played with, developed, moved around different
Нифига там вообще
Then
просто
the
с
subject
сплошняком
will
это
come
все,
back
да?
in a new key, because we've modulated from the episode. The subject in just one voice, new key. Then another episode in which there's modulation, more counterpoint, more movement. Another statement of the subject in a new key. Another episode, another statement of the subject, and on it goes until we run out of energy, usually about after 4 or 5 minutes or so, at which point the composer will bring the subject back, maybe in the bass or in the soprano, in a very prominent range in the tonic key, and kind of saying, this is a very solid moment, yes, this fugue is ending. And maybe they'll throw upon one or two chords on the but that's it. So it's a complex form, but maybe not quite as complex as sonata allegro form. What's a definition, and if you're taking notes there, what's a definition of the
Писались у
fugue?
меня.
Well, I wrote the definition of a fugue, and I will read the definition out of the textbook. Students don't like this, I found, if you read out of the textbook. But I will be able to do this since I wrote the textbook. Okay? So I'm going to read a good definition of a fugue here. Definition of a fugue. A composition for 2, 3, or 4 parts, played or sung by voices or instruments, which begins with a presentation of the subject, in imitation in each part, the exposition, continues with modulating passages of free counterpoint, the episodes, and further appearances of the subject, and ends with a strong affirmation of the tonic key. Well, you can't write all that down, but if you want to just put in the notes for the definition of fugue, see page 144 of the text. Fortunately, as I say, it's easier to hear and look at than it is to define them. All right. Now, today we're going to do something different. It's the only day in our course where we're actually going to look at music. Okay? In our format, we'd all be standing around the piano here. So my first question for you is, for how many voices is this fugue written? Look at just the first page and look vertically and see what's the maximum number of pitches you have sounding simultaneously at any one moment. Caroline? 3. Okay? Yeah, we have 3. If you look through there, sometimes at the very beginning there's just one voice, and then there are 2 voices, and then there are 3 voices, 3 lines. But it never gets to be more than 3 lines. So we have our exposition here, and it consists of 3 statements of the subject. We're going to call these 3 voices or 4 lines: the alto, the soprano, and the bass, which comes in E-bar. So here's a little bit. So that's our exposition, because each of the voices, alto, soprano, and bass, has come in and presented the subject. Then we have bars 9 and 10 here. What's that? If I just go. It's a melodic sequence. In which direction is it going, up or down? Well, that's hard, maybe harder than you think.
Там песня передаточная.
Then we go down, not because the line is going down, but we're starting and this sequence takes us. So we've started in this kind of tonality, which is minor, but now by the time we've gotten to ball 10, and 11 particularly, modulated. So that's what our little episode was. We've almost minor tuned it. It allowed us to move from a minor key to a major key. And now the subject comes back in, and as you can see, what voice is it in there? What voice is the subject in ball 11 for the fifth one? Can you yell it out? Soprano, okay? So here it is up in this there we are, that is statement of the theme in major in the soprano. What happened in that little episode? We were here, and now we're here. Modulated again to minor, and there we are 15. Where's the subject? Which bar? This? Alto part, good, thanks. So there was the alto part. That's an interesting moment there, because we got a three-voice group. And how many hands is the performer? Obviously.
Много не
So,
много.
and
Почему много
you
сюда?
kind of have to share a subject, and that's what happens in that work. When you play this, take a look there, the very last.
Охренели, вообще просто ты охренел.
Starts out.
Всегда
the left
нормально
hand
давай.
plays, and then the left hand has to get out and pick up the counterpoint in the bass, and the right hand takes over
Это я
that.
же соединяю люди давно. Я.
But it's
Это
the
не
job
самое
of
интересное.
the pianist there, because the keyboard is really leaning on the inside of your hand there. Because when you normally play these instruments, there's a tendency, and I'm sure sometimes it's because of the keyboard, but not or perform this, there's a tendency to roll to either side. It's easy for bass and soprano. What's hard to do is to get those inner voices. So the keyboard player, and then really hear that. If you didn't hear it,
Абрзам.
all right, now that takes us across the page there. We're now back in a minor key. This is bar 16, 7. And in bar 17, 18, 19, beginning of 20, we have an interesting moment. It's called invertible counterpoint. What do we mean by that? Well, he has a motive. We're going to call that motive A. And here's another motive, motive B. So there's B in the alto, A in the bass. And together they sound sort of like this. Okay, cool. Now, next we go. What happens? Well, it takes B. So, he takes B, he puts that below A. He's switching the positions here. A is now.
Big V and
Both of these notes coming up.
this one is the guy.
So let's go back to the beginning of 17 there, and we'll listen to the switch.
Ну это. Ну и сейчас и.
So that looks like long do you think it took Bach to figure it out? I don't know, he was very good compositionist. He was doing like that. You think of another melody with your harmony against it, but yet you can flip the two, and it still sounds pretty darn good. It takes a long time. So that's what's kind of neat about keys. There are all these intricacies embedded in them. They're almost sort of like all right, so that takes us over now to bar 20, where we are here back, I guess, in our tonic key of C minor, and the theme is up in the soprano. And then one final statement in the soprano. A couple of interesting points there. When we concluded this piece, we had this sound. That's a little bit surprising. All the two, number 2 is C minor. We are ending here with. Major chord. All right, so he's changed it. This is a standard gambit from the late 16th, right through the 18th century. Last chord, I didn't like
Блин, вообще, 12 страниц, 40 мегабайт, оборзел, что ли, вообще?
So, with the major third. That's called a piccardy third. Maybe from the sort of sharp or pointed. So we have a pointed ending. Here's another issue when we're on the topic of points, and that's called a pedal point. What was J.S. Bach known as in his day? Was he known as a great composer? How do you know that? How do you know basically how do you know that? He played the piano, yeah. He played the organ. He was the great organ virtuoso at his day. And I think at the end of this particular period here, it's interesting. He just has that one sit there. Okay, on the organ, that would just be fine and dandy, because you put your foot down there on that low C and you go run, and that kind of note would continue. But if you were writing this for the clavichord or the harpsichord or the piano, what happens to that sound when you put it? It dies there. I think in the end of this piece, the Bach had the sound of the organ. It didn't really. He wasn't thinking, gee, this is really good for harpsichord or something. I better write this like this. You get a nice, strong kind of sound. He may have had the sound of the organ there. But perhaps the important point here is this idea of the pedal point, because we've actually even talked about that before in the Johannes Brahms version of the hiding of the component sound. Pedal point is what? Anybody can define pedal point? Yeah, the bass holds a note, and basically you're just kind of running over top of one, possibly two harmonies, and above it is all sound consonant. So just to assure the idea of one note, usually in the bass, is holding, holding, holding for one, two. Okay, any questions about that too by J.S. Bach? Anybody want to ask anything about that? Marcus, that works for you? Sidonia, okay? Thaddeus, no questions? Frederick.
Посмотрите там.
Ah, okay, good. Yeah, thanks for bringing that out. There at the end, we could even have, you're right, 4, maybe even 5 notes played at once. So this idea that once you have 3 parts, you can only have 3 parts. So once you have a 5-verse group, you can have no more than 5 verses. Breaks down at the very end. How would you imagine the composer would want to do that thing? Well, no, it's not that hard because once you get used to the idea of a C major triad, a musician would look at that and would say, "Oh, I've just got a C major triad and just bang down." So that's not hard technically or intellectually. But why would a composer want to add more notes at the end? I think it's a pretty straightforward idea. Yeah, just make it louder, make it more sonoric, big bang ending sort of thing. Yeah, but tell the listener once again that this is something special that will probably happen. All right, so let's listen to just a bit of this. We've had one version of this. Let's listen to a contemporary jazz ensemble playing. It starts out with a kind of guitar synthesizer with a piano here, and then we'll see what the other instruments are. There's a jazz rendition.
Ну
This
нет,
is really quite long.
ну да. Учили. Что мы имеем здесь?
What instrument is playing this bass line?
Ну, Лицевич прям написал эти.
Bar 13.
Да, мы все. Моисеевич, все просто.
Subject in the inner voice. These are invertible counterpoints. Switch.
Нет, большой.
Subject soprano. Just modulating from one key to the next here. And here they actually do repeat that tonic note, boom, 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 okay. And then what they do is go off and improvise. And it's interesting, the similarity between jazz style and jazz style and Baroque music. Baroque music has a driving rhythm, a regular rhythm in it, and jazz has a kind of regular pulsating rhythm in it too. I asked you what instrument was playing the bass line. And Daniel, you started going like this. So what were you doing? The double bass. But is it those? Double bass. But that's the standard instrument in the jazz quartet, jazz ensemble. But it's a very strong bass, and Baroque music also has a very strong bass. So
Я же не
for jazz. And sometimes these jazz ensembles like to get to this Baroque music and resurrect it in modern video. All right. So normally a fugue is a freestanding piece. Or you could have an entire movement
Я что-то не понял.
as a
Где?
fugue. The last name of Haydn quartets will sometimes do that. A Beethoven piano sonata might do that. But usually they're freestanding pieces. Occasionally you run into a fugue that's embedded inside another movement. You might have a movement in sonata allegro form, and to get to a particular section, let's say the development section, and the composer says, well, I want to write a fugue here as my development. When that happens, we call it a fugato, So a fugato is a fugue placed inside another form. We're going to listen to an example of this from the Romantic period, in which we have the young composer Georges Bizet, who is exactly your age when he wrote this. He was 19 years old. Georges Bizet wrote this symphony. It was a lovely romantic string sound, break your heart string sound. And then we have a segment, kind of a romantic transition, as it changes mood. And then a fugue will break out. We'll start in the bottom. Okay, that much. My question to you, my challenge to you is this. What's the order? Let's say, I'll tell you this, we got a four-voice fugue that's going to start here. And you got the order in which the voice is entered. We've got the chord, we've got the bass tenor, soprano, bass tenor, alto, soprano, alto, soprano, alto, tenor. They can come in any one of four different permutations, but the order might be alto, bass, soprano, tenor. It might be bass, alto, tenor, soprano, or soprano, alto, tenor, bass. But we don't know, and that's your challenge here to see if we can track it. So here we go.
Просто старшие, наверное, не берут. Никто не доходит до этих уровней просто, да. Все же очень просто. Все, это просто все говорил, да. Да.
That's all four voices are in there. Could anybody on just one viewing tell me what the order was? Let me choose it.
Качали все. Ого, никогда ничего не стоит. Это современный чувак. Знаешь, какой
And now we're going to get an episode in which he's going to play with just a motor, and then the subject will come back. So here are two questions for you. In which voice is the subject coming back? And what's happening when the subject comes back? It's changed in one way.
Что-то не могу видеть.
Stop it there. Any papers on that? If you're doing a quiz on this, we could do a short quiz. Which voice did it come back in? That is? Not bad. We would take that. Because it's kind of high tenor, kind of tenor ratio. I think it was more cellos, and we probably could pursue, we probably call that bass. But fair enough, tenor. And what happened to it? Roger? Right. So he modulated to a different key and then gave you the subject in a minor key. And that's kind of the way these fugues operate. You do exposition, episode which will change key, bring back the subject in a different key. All right, so we've now had a fugue from the 19th century, although we would call it a fugato embedded in this lovely, lovely sonata allegro movement. Let's turn to the 20th century, and for this we go to Leonard Bernstein, and you can see the plays and stuff on the board. New Haven used to be a favorite tryout city for Broadway musicals. I think there was a musical entitled, never went anywhere, entitled We Bombed in New Haven, meaning that the tryout of the particular musical was not a success. And where would they try out in New Haven? What was the great theater? The Yale Rep Theater in New Haven? The Sugar Theater. Yeah, actually, in that period, the Yale Rep was actually functioning a house of worship. That's now the Yale Rep. So it was at the Sugar Theater, which has been here for a long, long time. So Leonard Bernstein came into the show.
It's so
Wonderful time. We tried it out there. And generally speaking, it was a success. We took down the train tracks there to Broadway. But we took some music out of it, some music that we thought actually was a little bit too complicated for the choreography that we wanted to work into it. Later put that in here. We worked it into a freestanding piece called Prelude, Fugue, and Jazz Riff. So we're going to look at now just the fugue portion, because it's a very interesting kind of fugue. It's a very complex fugue. So we're going to start out here, and I'm going to break this. We'll listen and stop, and listen and stop, so that we can focus on particular passages. So as we start to listen, see how many voices there are in Leonard Bernstein's fugue. Have a general sense of what the range is: soprano, alto, bass. What else do we? Oh yeah, what instrument should we have?
Все инструменты идут ага, тут выглядит. А вот левый играл.
So that's the exposition and a little bit of the development. So what instrument? Yeah, saxophone. Yeah, okay. You went to saxophone. Yeah, so saxophone. So we've got roughly how many did you hear? Two, three, four. Maybe four. Maybe four different saxophones. So alto saxophone, baritone. And there was one, and so we're playing this out in a rather syncopated fugue. So da, beep, 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 ba, 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 ba. Let's listen to it again. No, we don't have time to do that, but here's one thing that happened. That kind of done. Then after one episode, one of the saxons brought back that subject. What is that? What's the relationship there? Yeah, it's just inverting it. Taking the intervals and flipping them. And that's what composers love to do with fugue. And while we're talking about interchangeable parts, reciprocal relationships with the mathematical quality. And so that's what's happening here. We have a moment of melodic inversion. And sometimes in fugue, and Bach did this in the musical offering, he can take his fugue subject and run it backwards. Run it backwards from beginning to end. So he likes to have this kind of mathematical
Paper.
permutation.
So paper.
Very
So
cerebral.
paper.
There's a moment of Leonard Bernstein. A little bit of inversion. Now, what we're about to hear next is something of a surprise because we get a second fugue subject. And it's a different fugue subject, and that's syncopated. It's rather lyrical. Da, dee, da, dee, da, dee, da. Something like that. So it's nice and lyrical. And let's listen to how he now unfolds a second fugue subject. So what we have here is called a double fugue. We've got one exposition with one fugue subject, one is going to give us a completely different exposition with yet a second.
Смеешься, видишь, это все время просила сказать.
Barry Bernstein was a consummate musician. He studied Bach years, so he knew about this particular trick. It's called stretta. You can design a huge subject, not only with the go upside down, but in which the intervals, instead of coming in long succession, could be piled right on top of one another. So the way he sets this thing up to begin with is this, this, and you do this, and you do this. But in the next section, it's going
Ладно,
to
что
go
ты закинешь.
this,
Не надо
this.
говорить-то было.
Yeah. It's going to be fast because they can arrange the consonants at key points, and that's called
Ничего,
stretta.
ничего.
The word stretta kind of tight entries here. So here is invented in a bit counterpoint by Leonard Bernstein. Once again, goes by very
Нет, не следует.
Here. Now he's going to bring back the two subjects together. We have 1 and 2 together. Episode. Syncopated episode. 1, 2. So it's a pretty nifty little food there about lots of intricate counterpoint. All right, let's end now with a fugue of JS5. For that, we're going to turn to an organ fugue.
Как это? Потому что дует пьяно. Ничего. Ну и все, наверное, все так говорят. все равно всем делать нехрен, смотри. Да, понимаю. Да, я же помню себя в школе. Помнишь себя там, да, то есть просто вообще... Ладно, забудь, я шутил уже просто. Усёха. Очень верно. Ну да. Если будешь слушать, наверное, да, ритм, ну, да, наоборот,
Сейчас, наверное, вообще круто, да? Такое видно ощущение. Изыск. Да, не варит, не варит. Правильно, правильно, правильно. Правильно, правильно, правильно.
Hello and welcome everybody. What is going on? So my name is Prince Kuchla, and it has been about a year now since I started playing piano. I thought, I originally started this making video just to basically keep progress. So I could look back and say, every time I feel down, I could look back and say, look where I was and look where I am now. So basically, I wouldn't lose motivation because I knew if I wasn't going to do that, I would lose motivation. But it's been quite a long journey so far. Obviously, like I said, it's been 1 year. And it's been quite a good year, to be fair. I mean, the first 8-9 months or so, I was actually playing, very, very regularly. I thought I made a lot of progress. And then about 2 months ago, a lot of progress. Look back and say, look where I was and look where I am now. So basically, I wouldn't lose motivation because I knew if I wasn't going to do that, I would lose motivation. But it's been quite a long journey so far. Obviously, like I said, it's been 1 year, and it's been quite a good year, to be fair. I mean, the first 8-9 months or so, I was actually playing, very, very regularly. I thought I made a lot of progress. And then about 2 months ago, I had a lot of things to do, a lot of work to do in terms of, for university and whatnot. So I was kind of busy. And since then, for a month or so, I didn't really make any progress or little progress. But since then, I think I've made quite a good amount of progress. So that's where we are right now. We are in December, close enough to January. I mean, there's only like 7 days or so left. So we're quite close. And here's just what I've been up to since the beginning. And like I said, I think overall, I did pretty well. Now the targets, I guess, while talking about the past, you also look forward to the future. And I think that for the future, there are a few things that I want to do. There are a few things that also I want to get to, but I'll get to that in a second. I just want to say I started originally with the Alfred's all-in-one course for adult beginners, level 1. And I thought it was a pretty good book. It teaches you like the basics, literally from the very beginning until how you can read notes, and then it shows you how to count notes. It shows you how to do this and that and that. And ultimately, I thought it was a very, very good book. However, about all beginners, it's all in one, talking about the past, you also look forward to the future. And I think that for the future, there are a few things that I want to do. There are a few things that also I want to get to. But I'll get to that in a second. I just want to say I started originally with the Alfred's all-in-one course for adult beginners, level 1. And I thought it was a pretty good book. It teaches you like the basics, literally from the very beginning until how you can read notes, and then it shows you how to count notes. It shows you how to do this and that and that. And ultimately, I thought it was a very, very good book. However, about 3/4 through, about 3/4 through, I thought it's just getting a bit too repetitive because obviously it gives you music that is just constantly going, that's constantly more difficult and more difficult, so it's gradually increasing in difficulty. But I just thought, you know what, instead of playing the songs from in here, I want to do my own thing now. I want to look at different songs and I want to play different
А
music
зачем?
as
Какой
well.
смысл?
But that are more, I guess, say more musically. So I kind of abandoned this book halfway through, only to ultimately come back to it just so I have a complete out. So that wouldn't be a complete waste of so that wouldn't be a complete waste of money. So I thought, yeah, if I'm only 3/4 through, might as well do the last quarter. And I did the last quarter in about 3 weeks or so. So overall, I thought, like I said, I thought overall this book was very, very good. You know, if you're a total beginner, I think this book is probably the best book to get. I've heard a lot of the Father and Father series, and like I said, I can't really make a judgment because I haven't got that myself. Like I said, this one it gets a little bit repetitive. It really depends on how you're going to sit through it. If you are, you know, if you think that you're a pretty dedicated person, if you want to learn about every single thing, I think this book is very, very good in that regard. And it doesn't just explain everything to you; it also throws you right into there. So even if you don't know much, even if you only know a little and you can only remember a little, you'll still be able to use that little knowledge to apply it to this book. So that's what I think. That's probably a very, very good purchase to do. Obviously, I'm only speaking from personal experience here, but I thought this book helped me quite a lot. After the book, I went to a few different independent songs and whatnot, from like simplified versions of the more popular songs, such as Moonlight Sonata and Ode to Joy, which I thought, I'll leave the website in the description down below, but I ultimately thought that was pretty helpful. That was pretty helpful as well, just because it kind of made me appreciate other music as well. It kind of made me look at more difficult versions of pieces. So that was very helpful, just because I was able to be like, okay, you know what? I'm able to apply the knowledge I've gained from this to other pieces, and that is very, very important. But then I started with this, and this to this day has been a death of me. Scales, chords, and arpeggios. I haven't really gotten to cadences, but scales, chords, and arpeggios. I mean, chords are pretty simple to a degree. Scales, however, yeah, I wish I would have put more time into scales. I really do. At the beginning, I did a lot of scales, and even to this day, I do a lot of scales. But there was like there was a period where I stopped doing scales for about a month or two, and I really regret that. Because ultimately, scales, it just helped me with your fluency, and I think it really helped me as well with my not just with my fluency, but also with my I don't know what you call it, but with my weight control. Again, I don't really know how to describe that. Basically playing more smoothly, playing the pianissimo quieter, playing the forte more louder and everything like that. So I kind of feel like scales really help you create an even balance, and I think you really need to learn scales as early as possible, because obviously it's not a thing that you can just develop overnight. These are things that you have to spend a year or 2 or 3 on just to get to a good level, and obviously then you want to get to see 2 pages worth, and that's for every single scale. That's why I really, really like this book, because it's just so in depth. Obviously, you could just I'd say.
Ну, наоборот, она вот это этими самыми, типа, Владимир. Ну, хорошо. Это не надо. Ну, это он имеет в виду, да. Наверное, нет, по-моему, у меня уже этих симфоний, знаешь, сколько? Собачка-драчка,
Today we begin a slightly different portion of our course. We'll be talking about the periods in the history of music. He wrote about 1710. 1710, when he was a young man in Weimar. Here is that fugue subject. And on and on and on it goes. What's of interest about this subject? Well, two things. First of all, as I sing this, it's a arpeggio. Yes, it is. It's an arpeggio of what?
Orpeggio.
Triad. Just a minor triad.
Yeah.
1, 5, 3, 1. If I skip this one here. As I come to every strong beat in this theme, every strong beat, I have a member of the triad, that same either G, that or B. So these triads, as we said before, are really the structure, the backbone.
Что там непонятно, что написано, что ли?
Composer like Bach will place
Я кого
the
здесь?
flesh of the tune. So it's very
Вел,
triadic. Now, here's another thing that this fugue subject does, and many other fugue subjects. It starts with quarter notes. Quarter, quarter, quarter. Then next measure, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. And then we get in here 8, 8, 8, it's gathering speed. Of course, the beat isn't going any faster. The tempo is staying the same. He's simply writing shorter note values, which has the psychological impact that he said several times of getting the sense of movement, gathering speed here. It's like a train pulling out of a station. You want to get on this train. This thing is really starting to roll after 5 measures. So it's a pretty nifty fugue subject here. And we're going to listen to this now. And what I'd like to do is the following. We're going to listen to the entire piece. Listen to the entire piece. Think about as the voices come in. Think about where they're coming in. Can you tell me what the trajectory of the voices is in the exposition? And I'm going to turn out the lights here because sometimes it's good just to kind of go off in your own world, close your eyes. But I would like you to do the following thing, kind of lean back, get comfortable, close your eyes. But every time you hear the fugue subject, every time you hear that fugue subject, raise your hand so that I know you're recognizing that it's the subject. Because listening to fugues is basically one thing, differentiating between a passage in which you've got a statement of the subject and an episode where there ain't no statement of the subject. Okay, so this is a 3-minute and 20-second fugue, and we're going to listen to the whole thing. But you raise your hand when you think that fugue subject is in there.
О, такой холщик.
So we've gone soprano, alto, tenor, and now bass. Yeah, there it is. It's in one of those inner voices. It's a little bit disguised, but it's in there. inner voice. Yep, way down in the bass. Nice long sequence. Yep. All the way up on top in the soprano. Another episode. Descending sequence this time. Rising sequences here. Falling sequences. In the bass. Okay, so that's a wonderful fugue by J.S. Bach, and we're going to talk more about this in section, this idea, how you can run your fugue parts this way, or you could order them this way. You can think of these constructs mathematically, or you can think of them musically, but they're all working with the same kind of material. As you go out, one final fugue by Glenn Gould, who is going to teach you how to write a fugue as he sings a fugue to you. Let us begin, please. Today should be a fun day for us. We've got some visitors. It's always, this particular exercise is one of the ones I enjoy most in this course because we get to talk with real performers and find out what's in their head when they perform a concert for us. So our aim today is to continue along this path to make you, in this case, educated critics, so that you can go to a concert of classical music and you'll be able to engage it in a productive sort of way, an educated way. Now, there are lots of things we could think about in terms of do's and don'ts when we evaluate material musically in a critical fashion. And we're going to be going through some of those in sections starting this evening. And we'll have a big, long list of this is what you put in a review, and it's probably not so good to put this in a review. But generally speaking, when you go to a concert and you review it, whether you do it just for yourself or whether you review it and then write down your thoughts and publish them as a published review, you do the following. You're essentially reviewing the performance. How well did the performance go? How did the players do? You're not engaging who the composer is. You're not engaging when the piece was written, the history of the piece, the historical context. You're not engaging even, oddly, the meaning of the piece, the meaning of the piece. Now, on our concert for Saturday night, we have three pieces, one by Mozart, one by Brahms, and one by Beethoven. What's the meaning of the Mozart, the opening piece? Well, the meaning there is its function, in a sense. It's in trying to get the concert going. Originally, of course, it was trying to get the opera going. Oddly, the music there in the overture has nothing to do specifically with the music in the opera. There's no music in the opera that's also used in the overture. But it does have a lot to do psychologically because it's a very intense, compressed overture. And the opera itself, if you begin to study that and the way he's linking scenes and the way he's moving his harmonic progressions along, it's also a very compressed, intense opera. So some of the psychological state of the opera is encapsulated in that opening overture, but that overture can open other things as well. So there, the meaning of the Mozart, in essence, is the function of the piece, to get people in, to get them quiet, to get them focused, and to give them a heads up, in a way, as to the psychological import of the opera that's to follow. Now we have also the Beethoven, the Pastoral Symphony of Beethoven. What do you suppose the meaning of that is? Pretty straightforward. Anybody want to take a crack at it? Anybody know anything about the Pastoral?
Человек кто-то вспомнил, что ли, да? Народы тогда. Никто не знает, тогда можно знать уже. Да. Да, исключительно, понимаю. Да, вот это и пытается замутить всем, понимаешь, это никто никогда тебе не скажет. Ну ладно, православие, ох, православие, орем, да. Понимаете, да. Да, понял тебя, да. Бульон, да, вообще. Насколько легче жить не стало. Наоборот, он тебя про себя говорит, вот я про это говорю. Ну вот именно так. Да. Ну и чё? Ну ладно. Наоборот, он про себя говорит. Наоборот, да. Да. Ну вот это и есть на самом деле. Ну вот это и был он, да, понял. Ну вот это здорово, значит, как часто жить? И что дальше? Скажи всем, что живой вообще я остался. Да, я думаю. Пользуюсь телефоном, пользуюсь. Женщина неподвижная, понял он тебя уже. Вот и все. Это жизнь, тайна святая. Вот и все. Понимаете, вот так и жизнь. Людям отдано, если мужик, то есть людям служение, искусство, любые слова можно сказать. Все равно, ну, по идее, и надо делать, реализовывать. Вот, не просто так, а еще и деньги за это получить. Ну, то есть реализовывать, чтобы общество тебя кормило за это. Не било, а кормило. Ну, ладно, хоть как может быть, когда все делает влияние полностью. столько лет мучился, блин, чтобы музыкантом стать, блин. Ты мне сейчас предлагаешь, чем попало заниматься, да? Ну, вот это он. Значит, я что-то другое немножко понятие, как значит, нормально просто и все, да. Что ты все отвали. Только одна голова, да-да-да. А чтобы, да, про себя так думаю, да. Вы все ненормальные, и все просто ненормальные. Меня не касается. Делай все, что угодно с отцовского позволения. Если ты женщина, если тебе, да, вот и все. Мне нравится. Ладно, дорога, все хорошо. Это есть смысл. Ну, наверное, значит, нет, вот это он и есть, смотрит, как ты себя, да. Нет, зачем? Пусть рыться тоже. Вот там понял тебя. Вот видишь как. Все без тебя вот это самое. Вот это же видишь. Ну ладно, я же тебе говорю, что ты сюда, понимаете. Ну это оно уже и так без тебя так, понимаешь, и так и будет. Ты умрешь, и все умрут даже. Если оно так и останется, то уже, да, потому что я говорю, да, и это все не так вот, да, ну, это и дело. Ну или он поломал, дальше работать уже. Тут такой понимает, да. О, так же что ли? Уникай дальше. Почему угодно вот это и есть он сам. Ну что, мужик. Пока будет, не надо, ладно. Вот это прикол. Прощай. Наоборот, надо это есть на самом деле. Наоборот. Я тебе просто, да, кстати. Что ты хочешь? Счастье, славы, что ты хочешь? Радости? Вот тебе, да, себе потом, да, еще при этом как бы не женоподобность. Не перестать переносить смысл жизни. Повторяться женой, да? Des bons ça fait des heures.